TTS works now. BTW.
Hello everyone. Oh, my camera is messed up. That's great. That's just lovely. I think that needs to be moved over a tad bit. Hello everybody. Welcome to another stream. Today I want to work on my stream overlay a bit more. I want to make it so that chat can control the RGB in my computer.
I'm loving the slideshow.
Is it a slideshow? The stream should be fine. It's fine. It looks fine on Kick, so I don't know what you're talking about. A slideshow. It looks like ads are running. That's quite unfortunate. Although I guess if you're subscribed, then you don't get the ads. So, just a quick reminder. Don't forget you have, the Prime sub. Also, you can just do the TTS command. I don't think I'll do a redeem for it for now because the chat's not crazy. So, yeah, just exclamation point TTS is good enough. I don't know what you're talking about with a slideshow here, Chas. It shouldn't be. Maybe it is on Twitch for some reason. Not that I can really, like, watch back my stream, but... It looks like it crashed on Twitch. What is Twitch doing? Doesn't look like it's a slideshow to me, so... That's good. I have to be extremely careful. Keep Discord. I have to be extremely careful not to move OBS to my monitor down here, because if I do, it will crash Wayland. I have no clue why. Also, hopefully my speakers aren't too loud. I think the music might be a bit loud. Alright, what'd you send me? That's really weird. Is the audio fine at the very least? Cause... Try updating the app, I guess. I mean, cause for me on the Twitch panel on my end, like it's playing back the stream really smoothly to me, so. And same for Kick as well. I'm streaming to Kick, by the way. But yeah, I would say try updating the app. Because for me, it's fine, which is interesting. I'm also trying a self-hosted multi-streaming thing. If I go to Kick, I should pull up my channel. Everything seems fine here. Come follow me on Kick, by the way. I've decided that I should probably stream to multiple places. Just because, you know, you never know what happens. And to get subscriptions unlocked on Kick, you just need to stream for 5 hours. That's it. That's all you need. So, should have did that earlier, because that's really easy to do. I'm also eating some candy. Holy garbage, 1080p was massacring me. Do you not have fast enough internet for 1080p? Come on. AV1 streaming win. I swear it's not like that all the time, trust. Alright. Alright. So, I spent a few hours today doing some stuff. Should be able to see my screen. Yes. Cool. And now when I'm looking at my chat and stuff, I'm not looking over that way, I'm looking this way. Because I moved my camera. Also, ideally, I don't want to use the background removal anymore, but like, I don't really have anything interesting in the background yet. I am getting some shelves built. If I just pull up my Discord server here, you can see I'm getting some shelves built for me. So then I'll have some better background. Actually, is the filters on this directly? Yeah, here we go. Because, like, behind me, there's not much that's interesting, but you can imagine having some of that shelving behind me. And then I can display stuff on it. And then when the cat's in here, you'll be able to see her here. I have the little cat bed. You can't quite see it. I might get a webcam for using as a cat cam. The cat's not in here right now because I scared her away. She was being a pain in the ass earlier, so I have this little dust blower, and I was clearing the dust off my desk. She doesn't like loud noise, so she like ran off. And I'm like, yes, finally I'm free from the cat. Cause I don't know what she's doing. She kept trying to chew on all my wires and stuff. I made sure she has food, so she's just being crazy cat for some reason. I don't understand. But anyway. Average cat owner experience. Yeah, exactly. So, if I look at TTS, yeah, TTS command, anyone can use that. There's literally zero limit to it. I maybe should just turn off the redeem. Unfortunately, kick users, you cannot use it. Any of my commands and stuff. You're welcome to follow me and stuff on Kick. I think I have like a goal is like get 1 follower. Apparently I have no followers there yet. But yeah, I decided like, you never know what happens. Twitch does something stupid. Everyone wants to go over to Kick suddenly. And it's like, well, if I already get all my following on both places, then, whatever happens to one or the other, I'm fine, so. I need to slow down on these candies, to be honest. But I did, I worked on fixing TTS. This code is a disaster because the AI messed with it, so I just don't understand what the fuck's going on in here anymore. But it works, so I'm just gonna leave it alone for now. I did realize that I forgot, let's see. I forgot to add raiders to... I forgot to add raiders to the credits page. I do need to open my dashboard. We'll go ahead and open that in Chrome. Ugh, this is being annoying. There we go. I only need to be able to see Kick Chat. I don't have anything else that goes on over there, I don't think. Well, I guess if there's like a follower or something. Oh well. Well, actually, I could just... put this on the side. And edit my layout to make a little more sense. Okay, mod actions does not need to be that large. There we go. I'm just trying to get my things all set up. That's a little bit better. So like okay. So if I run the credits, I'm pretty sure I forgot to add raids to it. Subscribers to stream, current subscribers. Subscription gifters, cheers, new followers. Chatters. At least that's working, right? Okay, so I need to add raids to this. So we can close this. Cause I added... How the fuck does this code work? I always love figuring out how this works. Global audio stuff. I'm gonna get rid of all that. So let's see, if I do run credits, update credits info, here we go. So I do all this, chatters and followers, new subscribers. Where do I put raids or raiders? Credits title, subcredits stream, credits raiders. There we go. I guess I could do raids first, or do I do subscribers and stuff first? So we do subscribers, subscription gifters, cheers. then raids. New followers, shatters. So after cheers, raids. Oh, okay. So const credits, raids, element, const raids. Data dot events dot filter radius. What the fuck are you talking about? Event type raid. I need to look at the event type. It's just raid. So event type raid and then dot map. Create this, and it's just going to be the event username. We could take on some of the details, but I also don't entirely care to do that. Okay, so now if I run the credits, subscribers, cheers, yeah, there we go, raids, no raids. All right, cool. All right, so that's fixed. So we'll go ahead and fixed audio, TTS audio, and fixed credits or added raids and type to credits. Commit anyway and push. Cool. Now we can do what I actually wanted to do this stream, and I have so many Chrome windows. This is unbearable. This monitor feels so dim. Oh, it's probably just the sunlight. So there's this open RGB thing that I'm using right now, which allows me to control the RGB on my computer. They have an SDK that you can interact with. I guess the other thing is it's not useful to change the RGB if you can't really see. But that's probably a thing that happens once I actually stop using the background removal. I can position my camera a little better. But yeah, I can control the RGB. Essentially this JR Rainbow 1 is each individual addressable LED of, I think, my case fans, and then this one's for the addressable RGB of my CPU cooler fan. And then my motherboard has some like RGB on it that I forgot about, because I usually just have it off apparently. But that is also addressable. These aren't connected to anything, but they're just non-addressable RGB. They have this SDK, some really weird low-level web request stuff. I don't necessarily want to read through this, so I think the AI suggested Open RGB client. npm Open RGB client. Where's SDK? An SDK client for the RGB software Open RGB. Sounds good. It's based on the already written but apparently abandoned Node.js OpenRGB library. Interesting. It's got an update last year. Not the best, although seemingly a lot better. So AI is telling me there's something called OpenRGB client, which is not a thing. I could just connect to it manually though. It's just an easy connection. Command line interface layer. But yeah, probably will just use this. Or I could figure out how I don't need that open anymore. How the hell to use this.
Hello world.
I also need to add more like TTS voices and stuff, I think. tools. They really don't provide their own SDK. They just tell you, here's the web server thing and figure it out yourself. Get device data. So I'm just going to have to kind of mess around with this. I think I have a testing file. Yeah. So let's see here. npm install. Who the fuck uses require these days? That's nasty. Alright, so in the RGB thing, I need to go to the server, start the server. It's on 6742. Let's do set timeout. Just for a demonstration. Run the current file. So we should see in here that there's a client connected. Yes. Let's go. Oh, ad starting in 1 minute, everyone. I guess less than 30 seconds. And then it disappears. Cool. So, let's see. We'll just call this... So we can connect two functions to get device data. First, get the amount of devices connected. Then you can get the data of a specific device. Okay. The function needs the ID of the device. The ID is just an ascending number starting with 0. Starting at 0 of the devices you have. They're given device just like listed. Why does OBS not start recording automatically? I thought I turned that on. Automatically record and streaming. Damn you, OBS. I thought there was a profile specific setting. Controller count. Ah, yes, thank you for that. It's device ID 0 MSI Mystical Light device. Then there's my mouse and my keyboard. LEDs. Okay, interesting. And then colors. Modes, zones, LEDs, colors. Interesting. Every device has native modes you set it to. They are saved on the chip inside of the device, and if you set the device to a mode, it will stay in this mode until it's changed by another RGB program. You can now see the modes a device has, and then set the device to one of its modes function. Okay, so these are just the different modes. Usually I just do static. I'll probably just leave it at static. I think the only thing I want to do is be changing the color. Modify the LEDs yourself. So device colors at length fill. So these might be useful. Modify the LEDs yourself. You can also change the LEDs device by yourself. This will also be set until changed, but you might want animated modes. They need the process to be running, and if it's stopped, the LEDs will be frozen until their color. You also want to set the device to the direct mode. The function first needs the device ID, and then the array of colors in RGB scheme. Update LEDs, so the device IDs and then the colors. So what are the client functions? We'll close this. Client. Oh, update LEDs. Update zone LEDs. So device ID, zone ID, then the colors. Okay, so that's probably what we'll want. We'll probably want so get rid of this. Console log, device list. Probably want the first one. There we go. It's a little bit more informative. So we have all the modes. I don't care about the modes. So we have zones, JRGB 1, JRGB 2, Rainbow 1, Rainbow 2. LEDs count. Interesting. So update zone LEDs. You want the device ID 0. The zone ID. So let's say Rainbow 1. ID 2. And the colors array. So we need an array of 28 colors. So device list 0. Zones, we can actually just do this. We want rainbow, we want 28. So let's try that. That should change it to some like red-green color. Whatever that makes us to. Okay, so that did not do anything. So we do device list 0. dot colors dot length. It's not doing anything. It's not even connecting. Why is it not working anymore? Ad starting in 1 minute. Oh, that's never mind. That's from earlier. This is freaking broken now for some reason. Okay. So it's not doing anything. Oh, do I need to set the mode to direct? Client dot update mode, device ID 0, mode ID 0. Why it's not working? It's going to drive me insane. So we're able to get the device count and then the devices, then the device info. We're not able to do any of this. if I run this... We do this. Not fucking insert. Please don't fucking do this to me, keyboard. Not keyboard. My fucking hands can't work right. But that doesn't actually do anything. Open RGB help. Maybe I just use the command line instead. Update LEDs packet has invalid size. Okay, so this library is probably outdated. Alright, so I think maybe this library is just outdated then. Because on here it's telling me there's invalid packet size. Oh my goodness. Okay, so maybe I use the command line. Or I can try to update this library, but I ain't messing around with that. That's too much. Command line interface wrapper. The library is great for getting the information, but it's not great for setting the values. So let's try this. No. Can auto correct whatever the heck. Okay, so it turned off all of the RGBs. Open RGB device mode. Okay, so it did set the color to red and breathing. So mode. Okay. That's what we're gonna do then. I want to use the CLI wrapper. What's the zone called? So in here we have zone, I want to control this one. J Rainbow 1. So how do I control the RGB of the zone called JR Rainbow 1 on device with ID of 0? Oh, I guess I should go back to the screen scene. Ads in progress. Just thank you for the hydrate. I don't know why I'm not getting Twitch alert sound effects anymore. Thanks for the hydrate, Chess. Much needed. I also got a Brita filter, one of the large ones that I put in here. So I just have like a big tank of water right next to me now. So I don't have to go anywhere to refill my water bottle. Set individual LEDs. Okay, interesting. Because pretty much all the RGB is on my motherboard. Looks like ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. But there is like the RGB of my keyboard as well, and my mouse, which does have some addressable RGB on it, and for some reason it's not the color that I set it to, so that's great. Interesting. So this gave me just a J Rainbow controller. I don't want any animations. So what do we got in here? Set LED color, set zone color. Let's see what this does. Failed to set zone color command field device 0 zone G rainbow color FF000. Connection attempt failed. Invalid zone ID. Oh, zone ID. I think it's 2. There we go. The set zone 2 color FF000. Okay, so it's not running on my zero, 1, 2. So it ran on my other fan, so maybe that's not right. Maybe it's zone 3, that's weird, but okay. Trying to figure out which LEDs correspond to what. Okay, so we go to red. We go to red. Set it to pull or to breathing. Some of those static, okay. Set LED colors. Console.log command. Colors are supposed to be comma separated. Device zone color. So this one, set it to red. So we run this, we should get a few different colors. Yes. We do get random colors and it just uses the last color all the way around. Okay. Interesting. Obviously you guys can't really see what's going on, but like I can see that things be working. Things are working. So I guess now just implementing chat commands. So I need to cut this. Source, new TypeScript file. What do we call this? RGB controller. Rename. Let's see. Are you able to get these zone IDs? List devices. Okay, so this will be zone ID. Colors. String array. So set zone colors, set LED colors. Zone ID. Number. I have to assume that n is also a number. Export default class. Alright, and then we can do our very first and only very first command. So let's make a TypeScript file and we'll just say RGB are you able to get the current colors? We can list the devices. No. So if I want to get more advanced details, I'm gonna have to use that library. Like if I want to get this individual colors. Because you can't ideally, I would just have to rewrite, or I'd have to write my own wrapper over the SDK instead, if I want to be able to do all the advanced things. For now, we'll just leave it like this. What should the first command be? Just RGB. There we go. Very good, very good. We'll just copy this. I don't think we need this. Import J rainbow controller. So create a new rainbow controller for my CPU. CPU RGB. If args 1 is args just the args equals CPU, then CPU RGB set zone color to args 1. This definitely needs to be sanitized, but who cares to do that? I'd probably then instead have it just do like RGB values. Or like a hex value. Do I have that? I have HSL RGB to hex. Yeah, I'd have to manually convert. Console dot log args, because I forgot what args are. So we'll go ahead and quickly restart. Test RGB CPU FF0000. Okay, that did work. There we go. Set 3 zones to color RGB. When I set a zone, if arg0 is case, we start that. So if I do RGB case FF0000, that should set my case fans to red. Oh wait, I need to case RGB, and this is number 2. Run. Alright, try that again. That should set my case fans to red, but then that sets my CPU fan to... Oh, that's so annoying. So when you set the zone color, it's resetting all the other colors. That's dumb. So I definitely need to mess with the SDK then. What if I set LED colors instead? We go ahead and stop, restart. So I set my case to red. Since the case fans are still red. If I just set them to like whatever that color is, purple. If I then set my CPU fans to red, those go blank still. Oh my. Yeah, why the heck does it do that? That's so annoying. It's basically, if I set the CPU cooler fans RGB to a color, it'll turn off all the other motherboard RGB, and well, basically whatever one you set the color of, it'll set the color, but then it resets all the other ones to off. Why? That's so dumb. But I'm just setting the zone. So really I need to set all of them at once. Or I just need to overwrite the ones that... that's kind of annoying. So I'm definitely gonna have to write my own SDK interaction thing. Or find a better RGB control thing. Let's just go here. Ubuntu 2404 RGB controller. Seems like everyone's using OpenRGB. It seems to be the popular one, so... surprising then. OpenRGB C++ SDK. How often is this being updated? 9 months ago. This is a little bit better. Things might be a little more... interesting. But then the problem is interacting with this. I guess if I made like a command line application that I just like I run it, but I pass like JSON as arguments or something. That means I have to do JSON parsing stuff in C++. Yucky. Why is there not a JavaScript? It's up to date at least. Because this one hasn't been updated in over like a year, last year. Ad break in a minute. So I could probably interface through C++, which would probably be less driving me insane. Download a list of devices and their settings. Find the device you want to control. You can search by type or name. Result devices.find. Some devices Some devices won't accept manual color changes until you set them to direct mode. Set the color you want. Set device color. I gotta build the docs yourself. Yuck. Examples. Let's see, so you connect. Request device list. Result.devices, print device. This sounds like so much of a pain. I think the best thing to do is just shove it into the AI and tell it, and you write a JavaScript wrapper that does all of this. Probably the best thing. Can you implement a JavaScript library, single file that implements this SDK? Go ahead and just shove that in there. See how well this can chew on it. Let it chug away at that for a little bit. And no one's come in to claim second or any of that. Oh, Twitch alert sounds are working now. It got too long. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be right back. And I'd be back. I should have closed that first. Oops. I knew I was gonna do that to myself. Actually, let me... Okay. Alright. So this seems to be done. So basically the same usage as before. We'll just copy that. We'll add in example usage. A million lines later, we'll eventually get there. There we go. So we go to source, new TypeScript file, open RGB. Fucking module.export, what the fuck? So we'll go ahead and import open RGB client. Get out of here. I'll go to server. Open RGB server. We'll just go ahead and run this, see what happens. Alright, so my lights turn blue, my lights turn red. That's a lot of code just to do that. Set all RGBs to red. Wait 2 seconds and set to blue. So I got them blue and then red first. That's a little interesting. Wait, client dot disconnect. We don't need to continue being connected. Set them all to red. Alright, so connecting to OpenRGB server, protocol version 3. Found 3 controllers. Controllers for each controller index, console log. If controllers not length 0, device index. Create RGB. New array, LEDs length, fill red color. Set custom mode. Device index, mode index. So you want probably 0. Update LEDs to red. So we get set all LEDs to red. Timeout 10 seconds. Blue color. Array fill. Update LEDs. Set all LEDs to blue. Then disconnect. Cannot read properties undefined reading length. Oh, is this supposed to be a name, not the ID? Direct. Mm. 10 seconds. I don't know what custom mode is. Update mode. ID RGB controller update mode. So let's go find that. Size of the data packet, mode index to update. See mode data block format table. Let's just ask this. For this function, how do I set the mode of device ID 0 to direct? Oh my god, you have to be kidding me, you stupid thing. This is what I don't like about Claude, is because you run out of characters on a chat so quickly that it's actually irritating when you're trying to figure out how to fix something or something. It's like, oh, sorry, you came across the limit, so you can't send anything out, anything more now. And you're just like, why? And it's not like you can, like, reference the conversation somewhere else. Like in ChatGPT now, you can actually reference older conversations now with it, at the very least. But even then, it doesn't even do this. It's just... ugh. And so, like, now I have to start a new conversation. I have to literally, basically re-explain freaking everything. And I have to go through all the things I've already done from the previous conversation because I had to reset. And it's just, oh my goodness. Okay, update. Update device mode. See the device index, the mode index. This is a complaint. Cannot read properties undefined reading length. From update mode. Create mode data. Okay, so mode is supposed to have information in it. So am I supposed to pull the mode from the device? So when I do await client set or update mode, I need the device index, which is 0, the mode index, and then the actual mode. So I need the device index 0 dot modes and then the mode index. Controllers. Is that what I need to do? So stop that. Okay, there we go. So it's blue. Set all LEDs to red. They turn to blue. Set all LEDs to blue. So the color in here is wrong for some reason. What? Why are they red? When we set them to red, they turn blue. Don't forget to follow me on Kick. Okay, yeah. So that was what I needed to do. That's really weird. It's like, here's the device index and the mode index. But then just give us the... Because you couldn't just do that internally, I guess. Okay, whatever. Update LEDs. Colors. Fill with a red color. So if I remove this... Run. They turn blue. Run again. They still turn blue. They just stay blue. ad starting in 1 minute. Console.log red color. Either the color is wrong or update LEDs is sending the color the inverted direction. Or there's some weird, like, Indian-ness of things. Like the first in is last out or some crap like that. So we run this. Thanks. I didn't want a number, I wanted like a hex value. JS print hex value. Convert a number to hexadecimal string with 2 strings 16. Okay, so it is red. If I add some green into this, it'll probably still be green. Yeah, so I get like a... This will end up being purple. No, it's yellow. Not purple, but... So we get green and blue, which is yellow. If I said just blue, it'll probably turn red. Yeah, so this is not right. It's still red. Okay, so that means that somewhere in here, when we're updating LEDs, we are sending the colors in the wrong order. Alright, I am back. Okay, so this doesn't say anything about reverse order. So we need to write the data size, and then we need to write each of the colors. Is this writing them? Specified offset is little endian. So this is probably where it's doing it. We probably need to reverse. Little end in. Yeah. So that means it's reversing it. But it's not coming out the right way. So we need to reverse this. JavaScript buffer. Does JavaScript write? And how do I make it not do that if it is? Let's try that. So we update LEDs. We get dark blue. So that's probably not quite right. 255. So we get green. We get blue. We get nothing. So that's not right either. Is this correct? don't think that's... I think that's wrong. So we try this. No, 0. So run this, I get red. Please select 2D5. Run it again, I get green. 2D5. I get blue. Okay. So the create RGB was backwards. Although I don't think it is, because that's not the hex for blue. But for some reason, this thing is interpreting it in the reverse order. Why? I don't fucking know. So we're just gonna pretend that it's correct the way things are and just deal with it. As one simply does most of the time when they're programming something in JavaScript. Yeah, you basically just kind of deal with it. Oh, this isn't even a JavaScript thing. This is just whatever the fuck's going on with their RGB backend thing. I don't understand. Did my music die? No, it's still alive. Okay. Alright, so... for some reason that's backwards, which is why we were seeing this being weird. So if I run this, it'll fail because I forgot I need to remove this. So it's red, and then blue, and then disconnects. There we go. There we go. Alright, so update zone LEDs. Do I have to give all the colors, or do I just need to give a few of the colors? And what's the zone index? Update zone LEDs. So let's get rid of this all. So we do await client dot update zone LEDs, device index, and then the zone index. So we have 5 zones. 1, 2, 3. Probably zone 3. Then the colors will be colors. So controller zones dot just do 28. We can console dot log controller dot zones for more information. Okay, so we want, oh, that did work. So we want JR Rainbow 1 or JR Rainbow 2. JR Rainbow 2 seems to be my CPU fan. So we want 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. But let's see. So we want controller zones. Index 3 dot LEDs count. And we'll set that one to green. So this should set my CPU cooler fan to green. Zone index 3 colors. And then we want to await client dot disconnect. We can stop that. Go ahead and run it. Cool. So it did turn green. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. My case fans are still blue from earlier. They don't freaking turn off. Mind freaking blown. I don't know why I'm freaking out over that, but like, oh my god. Why? Also, AI is so amazing. Jeez. Like, I'm definitely gonna go in here and like clean this crap up and make it more TypeScript worthy, but that's pretty good considering that it was able to just kind of plop out some code for the entire documentation for something. I mean, like, there's some issues that I actually don't think are with the code. I'm pretty sure they're actually doing something else, but we just don't talk about it. I guess I could see what they're doing in the other JavaScript library. So open RGB npm. So this one, I guess I could see what they're doing. Client TypeScript. So if I just, actually I can just search the repository, update RGB, or not update RGB, update LED. Why would sign in to search code on GitHub? What kind of BS is this? Hold on, give me a minute. I can't use my phone right now, you idiot. Oh my goodness. This stuff drives me insane. And it's not that I even know my password. Then it's gonna ask me for my phone number to send a code to my phone number or use the Get Up mobile app, and well, I can't do those things because they're on my phone. I'm using it as a webcam, so just freaking open this in a browser window that is signed in. Okay, so update LEDs is the one we're looking for. So this is writing each color individually. To the buffer. Rather than just writing the whole number. Which I guess would make sense, but also this is probably where that error is coming from earlier. Looks like my brother is live streaming. Yeah, my brother is live streaming. I don't want to get copyright stricken. Let me make sure the audio from that's not going into anything. You should go watch his stream. Give him some views. Actually. If I can type my URL correct. Hopefully I can get some viewers from his stream. But I don't play Geometry Dash. Okay, so they're just writing each color individually, which probably might be the proper way to fix that. So update LEDs for each color. Offset plus equals 4. I see. Interesting. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it alone because that probably means changing a bunch of stuff in order to write each of these, each color value individually, because technically color is just a single, like, integer, essentially, so I would need to pass the RGBs in. And I don't actually know if this wants each RGB value individually or if it actually is wanting the integer, but that might be where the problem is occurring. Maybe that doesn't make complete sense. Did my stream overlay die? Why is this not connecting? No, it's just not. not showing me the viewers apparently. Controller, why are you broken? Yeah, it's not working. I could run credits, but that's probably the only thing that works. I'm not gonna reset stream. Okay, so clear that. Get out of here. Let's see. Yeah, that would require having to update some stuff. I don't actually know if that's how it wants that data either. RGB controller, the number of colors. Color values for each LED and device. Looks like we're getting an ad break in a few here. There's nowhere I can set my water bottle that's not like blocking my monitors. There we go. I need like a candy redeem so people can feed me candy. Instead of me just eating candy. Oh, my back is so itchy. Size 4 times the number of colors. So an unsigned integer. So yeah, it's looking for an unsigned int. That's really weird. Okay, well, we'll just pretend that that was the fix. So, update zone LEDs. Looks like ads started, and my overlay crashed. What the hell? Unauthorized? Oh, I need to actually have my Twitch auth token refresh. Go ahead and restore my overlay. There we go. That's probably why it stopped working. I need to figure out how to refresh my auth token properly. That can be something I do off camera though, I think. No, I don't want a breakpoint. Get rid of these. Get rid of this. Okay, so I can do that. Now, if I do -3 of the LEDs, and then do const colors 2 equals new array, and we'll add 3 of those. Fill with a different color instead of red color. We'll do actually red. Const colors, real this time. Colors, why did I click insert? Colors dot concat colors 2. And then we'll do colors real. So we go ahead and run testing. It should become, no. I was gonna say, it should be green with some red at the end. Console log colors real. No. Okay, so it does turn red. Is this just like super long? Yeah, okay. So this is longer than it actually needs to be for that fan. For some reason. So if we try to do 8. Seven. Okay, so for the CPU fan, the last 7 LEDs are not actually there for some reason. There's just nothing there. So really, we want the last 5 of them. We want minus 5 plus 7. There we go. And my case fans are, in fact, still blue. I don't know why the command line thing thinks it can just not work right. I don't really understand. Okay, so we've got that working. So now I need to make the commands that do all the magic. Alright, I'm gonna be back in a few seconds. And I'm back. Okay, so now I need to actually implement all of this. So what a joy that's going to be. Well, at least all that's already in there, so we're just going to take this out, shove it into here, and just kind of put it in here. So we need a constructor. So we can create the client. Private client is a open RGB client equals null or null. Go ahead and grab my RGB client. Go ahead and say dot dot slash open RGB client. So we don't need these anymore. I'd love to make this a little bit more object oriented and stuff, but for now it's fine. Then we want to client.connect. Then let's see, private, connected, boolean false. We can say this dot connected equals true. This dot client, okay, so get the client. What is this complaint about? Object is possibly null. Get the controllers. We don't need to do necessarily, but we're gonna do it anyway. So private controllers is any array. The controllers, we can do this dot controllers is this dot client dot get controllers console log dot found this dot controllers this client. Print the controller information. I guess we'll just keep most of this code for now. And later I can clear it. I need to make these objects. Index is a number. This is some code to do. Get out of here. I'm just going to append these with RGB so I know where the hell they're coming from. This dot controllers. This dot client. This dot controllers. Await. This dot client. Possibly null. We're not going to disconnect. Alright, so const device index. Controller zones I don't need. So this is going to control the CPU, so the zone index is 3. Let's see, zone index. We need to set it to the direct mode. This is just all my random color BS. I believe this is just zone 2. But this has different math, probably. I don't think it has the extra 7. Alright, so then we want the user inputs. How do we deal with the args? Trying to think. So you want we need the color. Do I want to make it so that you can control addressable, or should I just make it the whole thing for now? I guess make it the whole thing for now and then control like specific pieces. Like you could address, like, I want LEDs 2 to 10 on the CPU to be red now, and like, I don't know, I guess like maybe I could do that. There's so much parsing though. Man, I just read all my Discord notifications and I have another one? My goodness. Man, the notification just never freaking end. Okay, it was just another dumb notification. Oh yeah. I did find the game pieces and the miniature board for a board game that me and my sister made a long time ago. And I want to try to implement on the stream. I'm still not entirely sure how well it'll work as being implemented on stream, like how much I want to like kind of automate and whatnot. But like, this is the miniature version of the board. I couldn't find the actual board and the rules. I'm pretty sure the rules are with the board. Like, I'm pretty sure the piece of paper of the rules were with the board, but just couldn't find them. So I don't know what the rules for the game are still, but I have all the pieces and stuff. There's just like these little triangle pyramid things. I do like vaguely remember there's like 3 dice, like they had to be different colors and they meant different things and stuff, but I don't have the actual rules, so I'm gonna have to try and figure out where those went. Hopefully they can get thrown away, because that's kind of disappointing. I'll just have to try and make it up as I go then. But like, I have most of the content, so I think the mini board's a 1-to-1 replica, but I don't remember. So that's, yeah, lost history, I guess. Oh well. I'll have to try and find it and whatnot. So I guess I should make this so you can address them. But first we need... So const color, address, yeah, args 1, and then const RGB, args 2. Do I want to have hex, or do I want to... Probably just have this as a hex, so like hex RGB, just without the hashtag. I'll have to figure out how to parse that. I think it's just like parse int. We can just look it up. JavaScript parse hex string. JS parse hex string to number. Parse int. Parse int 16. So we want ff00ff. Parse int capital I. Okay, so it does do that. Cool. Get rid of that. Parse int specify 16. And then address is the LEDs to change. This is the problem from start. What happens if I provide too little? So like if I provide 5 to 7, but I don't include this, so colors just equals colors 1. And I set this to a new color like blue, 255. And then go ahead and stop and restart this. So if I just type RGB CPU 1 to 10 or 20, I guess, and some hex FF 0000, it's not gonna matter. It's gonna make it. Okay, so it does just update the ones that you send. So now it's like blue, but only the part that I sent. So I only sent the first whatever. I chopped off the last 5. So the last 5 are still whatever color they were before. So that's good to know. Am I able to get the am I able to get the current colors? Because if someone wants to query from like 5 to 10, they want to change just those, then if you want to change it, then I would need to input the first 5 or the first 4 of them. So I would need to somehow get the first 4. Well, I would need to be able to, at the very least, be able to get the entire existing value. So if I just make it so I can run this file, we're going to make client not private for demonstration purposes. Const PC new ping command pc.client dot actually I think I can just get that off of controllers. So if I console.log pc.controllers, we'll make that not private as well. So if I log controller 0, what do we get in here? Controller 0, yeah, we can get the LEDs. We can also get the zones. So probably want the LEDs. Is this querying the database for something? Why is this talking about database stuff? I just don't want to write all this stupid initialization code again, but fine. Get out of here, ping command. Const client. Await client.connect. Const controllers equals client. Why no much calm to chat the stream. He's just trying to fucking whatever, fine. Get out of here. Freaking testing. Connection refused. Are you not allowed to have multiple clients? Oh my god. For crying the frick out loud. It crashed, I guess. Already being used. Oh my god. This is going to fucking piss me off so much right now. Oh my god. This is also not ping command, it's RGB command. Let's just not register this. So the command's not there anymore. Okay, yes, there we go. Colors. So each zone does not specify its LED values. We're gonna have to use the zone name to understand these, which is fine. Value 6. What is value 6 supposed to mean? Okay, so this doesn't actually give us the color values. I'm so confused. So it gives you each of the LEDs. Individual colors. I guess there also was update zone LEDs, update LEDs, update single LED, LED index, device index LED. So I just need to figure out the LED index. And I just had to do that for each of them. What exactly is the LED index, though? And that's not right if they're all 0. Because they're not all 0, unless they are still all 0 for some stupid reason. Oh my goodness. No, not insert. What the frick? Please stop. I keep clicking all the wrong buttons. Stop testing. Then we want to client dot disconnect. So this automatically stops. Okay, so let's set it to blue and everything else to not. What? Okay, so now it has values. So it doesn't have the initial state of them unless it had set it while the server was running. So Like if I restarted my computer or something, this isn't gonna understand what the heck's going on. But then this has that. And then if I set this back to 5, change this to red. So that set everything to red except it cleared everything else? Question mark. So then if I set this to like 6, 55 to green, that did not set it to any color whatsoever. There we go. Okay. So things are working correctly. They're just being weird. So I'm assuming then that means if I'm controlling individual ones that I need to know the actual index. I doubt these will ever change. Like I assume that the last 6 values, so these are probably these. And then these are that one. These are all that one. And these are just those 2 random ones in the beginning. So really I know their offsets then. And that's just, well, I can just use the zones for their offsets. Like I know that the first one is going to have 1 LED in it. The second one has 1 LED in it. The next one has 28 LEDs in it. And its offset is of these added together. So then I can individually set LED values. So like if I want, so if I client dot update single LED, device index, the LED index. So if I want to update the, what the fuck are you doing? If I want to update the 3rd LED on JR Rainbow 2, so this one, I need to do 1, 2 plus 28. So 30 plus the 3rd LED. And then the color. So open RGB client dot create RGB, and we'll just set it to blue. So if I run that, I should get the first one set as blue, which I in fact do get the first one set as blue. If I want to set the 10th one to blue now, yes, I assume that's the 10th one. It seems reasonable. And then if I want to set the first LED on that one, it would just be 2 plus 0. So that should make blue on the first LED of those, yes. 10th LED. Yeah, seems about right. Okay, so we might want to just use this and manually call it each time. So how good is this at I1 to I is greater than 20? So if I want to set all the RGBs from 2 plus 5. So I want to start from the 5th one and then do 20 after that. Let's see, move this into here. How good is this at handling that? Looks pretty much fine from here. Although I don't actually know, because I don't think that actually updated all of them. It's kind of hard to tell with this one, actually. So if we do start from 30 plus 5, not 56, do I, this one we do 10. So we want to set this to purple, 55. So we want to set from 5 to 10 purple. So I should get let's do this so I can debug my LEDs first. I want to set number 5 as 2d5. No, not search. What the fuck are you doing? 255. Red and green. So that should be yellow. So if I run this, I should get a yellow somewhere. I did not. $28 plus 2, 30 is 30 plus 5. I should get a yellow. Okay, now I got a yellow. This seems to be a little janky. But yes, now we have a yellow. At that spot. So now I know I can clear that. So we should get purple that replaces the yellow and goes around. Okay, that was not right. The yellow was not replaced. Oh yeah, that makes sense, because plus I10. Oh yeah, that would make sense. So that should have filled 10 of them. I just wanted to do this. If we want to include the yellow, then yeah, okay. So that seems to have worked. So we just need to know like our index and stuff. We could also update colors. Client dot update. Not you, client. This is pissing me off. Client dot update LEDs. We could just modify this array directly, which then push it back to here, which might be a little bit better than calling this a bunch of times. It might be a little bit less jank. So we get the controller. Where are we console logging? Controller 0. Dot colors. So console.log controller 0. What are you doing? Dot colors. We should just this is making me mad. I can't fucking type correctly. Colors equal controllers device index colors. Then we can just paste that. Then instead of calling this a bunch of times, we can just index into colors. Colors. So we want 30 plus 5 plus I equals some color that we want. We'll just set it to 55. So we get some light blue color. From 5 plus I, we'll just do 5 of them. Colors, we'll just send that back in. If I can do things right. Oh, wait. Alright. Yes. I do in fact get what seems to be 5 light blue LEDs. Alright, that's probably a lot better to do. So now I just need to do stuff. Now I think some of these LEDs on JR Rainbow 2, it says there's 25, but I don't think that's right. Cause I think there's like 7 less. Which 25 minus 7? Because I can't do math in my head. 18. Says there's 25, but there's not actually. So it's just not detecting them right. I'm gonna drink some more water. Okay, so device index colors. I think there are only 18 RGBs. And not actually 25 for this one. I don't know what this information means, but Okay, so now we know what we actually want to do, and this is way more simple. So we go back to RGB. No more zone stuff. Because, yes. I'm just going to hard code the zone information that I know, because it's a lot easier to deal with. And I guess apparently this isn't running anymore. That's not great. Go ahead and reload this. It's nice when your overlay is actually running. Okay, so I really wish I could show my computer's RGB. That would probably help a lot, but there's not really an easy way for me to do that without messing up all my camera setup right now. Should just like set the computer right here on my desk. Okay. So we want the address that we're asking for. I think this will just be like a comma separated value. I would like to register this command. So let's see. So I need to do this. And not any of this. Client update mode, that's fine. We can just do this when we connect. Update mode, controller 0 mode. Yeah. Update the device modes for the devices we use. We only use the motherboard RGB right now. We'll keep the comment. That would be kind of nice. Colors. So we don't need the controller. This are controllers. Yeah, we don't need to do that. This dot controllers. We don't need the zone index anymore. Nor do we need the device index. The color will be the hex. Device index will be 0. So the CPU RGB starts at 30. And then we need to do this. So address. Dot split by the comma character. Ads are starting in a minute. So we want the start address equals underscore address 0. And the const end address. So then parse int Await this dot client question mark. So the start address would be this. I starts at 0. Then the end address the amount of times you loop would be the start address minus the, well, the end minus the start. End minus start address. That's how many times we would iterate. So we go ahead and stop and then restart. So if I do exclamation point RGB CPU, I want to address 1 through 5, and I want to make them red. Interesting. I think something changed, but I don't think the right thing happened. Certainly did not change to red. 5 through 10. Okay, that's turning things blue. So I need to reverse this hex as well. Ugh. Ads are in progress. Oh, that's right. Because this was... the red and blue are reversed. This is a color hex value. The thing that I give the value to needs the red and blue values switched. No, I'm not still writing. A one-liner, thank you. I think that's probably the thing we're dealing with, is that the colors are actually just reversed. So we do that, stop and rerun. So if I run this, so RGB CPU from LEDs 5 to 10, I want to set is FF0000, so red. Yes. Although it seems to not be actually from 5. So you want the start address plus I. You could also mess with this and put negative numbers and stuff in there. I'm not going to worry about that, because if you're understanding how to like negative index this crap, then good on you, I guess. You figure out how to control other LEDs. Whatever. So if I do RGB CPU, I guess this is technically 0 indexed. So so if I want from 0, if I just want to do one of them red, FF 0000, we'll make this one purple. I might have to say 0 to 1 so that it actually loops. Okay, so that's number 1. Interesting. I thought that was number 1. But then that makes sense that that one's number 1. Brain confused moment. Alright, so let's set all 0 to 25 of them to purple. Okay, so the whole thing is purple. We have a clean slate now. I want to set 0 through 1 to just red. Okay, so now I know where number 1 is. So it's right there. I want to set number 24 to 25. To red. Okay, so nothing happened. No. Nothing was changed to red. So we're just writing in no man's land, basically. So I believe this starts at 18. Interesting. So we do 17 to 25. Interesting. 16 to 25. Oh, I'm setting on a purple. That's why. Duh. Of course I'm not going to see anything. So 18. Okay. So I shouldn't see anything turn red until I do that. Okay, yeah. So that one's the last one for that. Technically, it's not, but visibly that is the last one. So if I do that again, so I do 17, and then I could do yellow. Okay, cool. So that's how you would set individual ones. You would just have to index 1. I could do something in here, is like if args1 contains a comma, or if it contain, I guess it could do that. Like I just manually, set these. So like, let's see. So we just say address is this. If underscore address dot includes a comma, then we know that we are looking for this underscore address to equal the split of those, and then start and end equal this. So we can do let start address and let end address let address. I guess we don't need to actually do this, we're just going to set these. So if args1 includes a comma, then we want to do this. Else if args1 dot includes let's say equals all, then we'll just do like the whole range. The entire range, everybody. So we'll do start address. So start address will equal 0 and end address will equal 25. What happens if I do RGB? So we know that 25 didn't seem to edit anything. I would assume that would be inside my case. So if I go to 26, yes, okay, so that is RGB in my case. So we know that 25 is the end of that. And then just else, it didn't contain either of those. So that means that it's just a single digit in our opinion. So the start address equals args1 parse int args1, and then the end address equals the start address plus 1. That way we end up looping once. End address and start address. Okay, so if it has a comma, if it's all, then it updates all of them. So if it's a comma, it'll update just the ones you select. If it's a number, then it'll just do all, or it'll just do the single index. So if I want to do RGB for the CPU, I want to update just well, I guess technically LED 0. Well, let's do like LED 5. I want to set it to red. Actually, I'll set it to green. I do need to restart. Let's go ahead and do that. So this should set number 5 to green. It looks, I assume that would be number 5. Let's try setting number 1 to green. Or I guess technically that was the 6th LED because these are 0 index. It's kind of annoying. So I guess then that makes sense, yeah. So if I want to set the very first LED to green, it changed from red to green. Cool. Cool. So we know how to do that. If you really know how to mess with these, you could set CPU number 26 to some color, and that'll actually change the case fans instead. But we won't talk about that. I guess I could do some bounds checking. Like start address has to be if start address is less than 0, complain, or end address address is greater than 25, we want to ask for the Twitch API so we can send a message. Twitch send message to chat. Invalid command. We will return. So out of bounds. Send message to chat. Out of bounds. LED selection out of bounds. Min 0 max 25. We'll just return. The other thing I guess to check is making sure that they aren't equal. If start address is greater than or equal to end address, we also want to complain. LED selection. Improper LED selection. Start should be less than end. I think we also get event. I don't know what event is though. I think it's just a message event. I guess we could look. So when we do a command, handle chat command, we send chat message event. Command has own property command. So yeah, we just send a chat message event. So base command, we should update execute event should be that. We should do we not export this class or interface? Export interface so we can access it. There we go. Cool. So then inside of here, we'll set this. Things are a little more proper. That way we can say event $, event dot chatter username. We can say at. Cool, and then I should be able to stop this, restart. So if I do RGB CPU and I do 10 to 5, 00FF00, that should complain. Yes, insert property LED selection should be start should be less than end. Then if I do CPU, not CPU, RGB CPU, and I do 55 00FF00, that should also complain about improper. RGB, I'm gonna guess the other things work. I don't need to like brute force test it. There's no need. But yeah, so now the RGB can be controlled. I do want to get my RGB bulbs set up and like a lamp and stuff in the background so that chat can also control those, but I don't have that all set up right now. So Okay, so we need to remove JR Rainbow controller. Get the frick out of here. RGB. I should get a TTS message in here.
Let's go. We got RGB controls now.
It's so quiet. I guess it's kind of loud compared to me, but like I can't hear it all that well. Okay, so now we need to get the case fans working, and it's pretty much the same thing. I just need to change some of these values. We don't need to console log the args. Trying to make sure I get rid of all these other console logs in here that we don't need to have every time. Basically, we're doing the same thing. So we go ahead and do that. We just have a different range. So we go back to testing, we kind of have this. JR Rainbow 2. I believe that's my fan. Yeah, so this is 28. So it's got 28. This is at address. This starts at 2. So 0, 1. Indexing is breaking my mind. Okay, so you have the first and the second one. So this starts at 2. So if I said start address 0, index it to 0. So yeah, this would start at 2, which is where it's supposed to start. Yeah, okay. This goes to 28. That should be good. There's a lot of duplicated code here, for sure. Definitely need to clean that up. There's also... I should get a help version of this, so if arg0 equals help... Twitch dot send message to chat. Yes. RGB CPU or case or help. A number, comma number, all, or a number, and then RGB hex value without the hashtag. I guess I could make it take the color value with a hashtag. Like if args2 dot replace hashtag with nothing, but like it's not required that there's a hashtag there. RGB it's just, might as well save myself from having to deal with it crashing, because you know. I guess it's a bad thing about trying to handle user input is with that. I guess that's something I should deal with then. So when I do handle chat command, this could crash because it's just a bunch of user input. So I guess we just try catch it. Error handling chat command for some reason or another. There we go. That way, if a chat command fails, it doesn't crash my whole thing, because that's not great. But at least I can then see, oh, there's an error. I'll fix that later. Yay. Hopefully there's no security vulnerabilities in here. That wouldn't be very good now, would it? So, okay, CPU case help, and you can pass in a number, all, or a number, and then RGB hex value. Then we also want to return with this. So we'll go ahead and stop and restart. And that's pretty good. I mean, you can control the RGB on my computer now, except for the case. Or not the case, the motherboard. The motherboard has some like RGB on it for some reason. I don't even think that's gonna be that visible though. I mean, you can't even see the case fans. I can't really see them unless it's like dark, but I can see the CPU fan. So, I guess I might as well start off with RGB CPU all, FF0000. Yep, and then RGB case all, FF0000. That sets them the red. Very good. Back to the way I like it. Always red. I should probably make it so when I call the reset stream that it resets the RGB somehow. Where do I deal with that? Down here, reset stream. So I also like to Twitch send message to chat and just send these. Looks like we got an ad break in a few minutes. And then we'll just duplicate that and make sure we send this command to reset my case as well. Back to the way I like my stuff. I really need to work on a lot of this stuff, actually. I've been thinking about how to handle like all of this, like this session welcome and all that. Yikes. I want to make it so that each one of these could be like their own class. Probably something kind of like how the command stuff works. They just kind of like insert themselves into the system. Wow, no one's redeemed second. I want to do it. And then third. And then late. Everyone should redeem late. I think what I should do with the RGB is that it costs you XP per LED that you change. Like it costs 1 XP or something. It's gotta cost more than that. Because you get like 10 every message you send. But then again, changing LEDs on my computer is pretty cheap. So like... You just, but I guess the problem with that though is every time you send a chat command to change the LEDs, you also get more XP. So you get 10 more XP for running the command. So maybe it should cost the 10 XP that you gain for running the command plus whatever it costs. I just moved my desk height, darn it. Alright, ads in progress, everybody. Don't forget to use your Amazon Prime sub if you haven't to avoid watching those ads. You might as well. Okay, so let's see. I fixed the credits so they actually include raids now. You can control the RGB in my computer now. That's fan-freaking-tastic. So something I'll do off camera is handling the Twitch API, just fetching a new token and all that crap. Cause or dealing with the refresh token, cause otherwise my stuff just kind of dies while in the middle of the stream, which is not great. Well, actually, I think it ends up crashing when I call for any of the APIs. I think the WebSocket's fine as long as it doesn't close. But like calling any of the APIs and then those will crash. So what I need to do is anytime I call the API, I need to make sure I refresh the token if it needs to be refreshed. But I can deal with that off camera because I don't want to end up exposing my token or anything, and it's a lot easier to deal with all that. It would be nice to TypeScriptify this. I guess I need to also test, there's a click caps lock. RGB help, does that work? Yes. Yes, it does. Okay. Sand. Website. Gotta run all my commands. Also, there's the lurk command, if anyone needs to lurk. There's also the TTS, which not many people have used. There is a redeem for it, but I think I'm gonna remove that because realistically, it just TTS is fine.
Test TTS from
I need to
redeem.
figure out why it like clicks right before the TTS starts saying something. Because that is a little bit annoying. Alright. Okay. Well, I am pretty done for today, I think. My voice is starting to give out on me, and I pretty much accomplished what I wanted to do this stream, so hello Irad, welcome. Been lurking? I noticed. Welcome. You can change some of the RGB on my computer if you like. How you been doing, Irad? Welcome to my stream. Unfortunately, on this stream, I don't make everyone a moderator. But yeah. I didn't hear it. TTS is way too quiet for me. Well, don't. Yeah. I still don't quite understand why you're making everyone a moderator other than just for the fun of it. So maybe we'll leave it at that. It was quick but right volume. Oh yeah, it's the right volume in OBS, but like coming out of my speakers, it's way too quiet. For the giggles, it's going to be a problem. Aren't you trying to get like 100% of followers to be moderator or something like that? 95%? Like if you follow, you have to actually send a chat to become a moderator. Mods to follow ratio. So you don't just make everyone that follows a moderator automatically. You actually have to say something. Is that how that works? Is that why that ratio comes about? No need to follow, just chat once. Ah. So there's people who've chatted and they're mods, but they don't follow yet. If you're not a bot, you qualify. I see. So the ratio comes from people who've chatted, but they haven't followed yet. Otherwise, I can't reach 100% plus. Fair enough. My voice is starting to give out on me. Usually I can stream longer than this, but I think I'm gonna have to call it. I might come stream later tonight. You need to go to bed. Fair enough. Good night. Don't forget to use the good night redeem. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here for now. I need to make dinner. I gotta take care of some stuff. My voice is dying. I got what I needed to get done. Good night, Irad. Alright. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you have a good day. Take care. I forgot to run the credits, even though there's not really anything eventful. So there's no new subscribers this stream. There's Chas, Citrus Things, and of course myself are all subscribers. Thank you. No gifted subs. Cheers, none. No raids. No new followers. They work though. And chatters, thank you everyone who chatted. I need to fix that so when people who I ban because they were one of those stupid scam bots, I need to remove those from there. Maybe I'll keep them actually. It makes it look like there's more activity. But anyway, thanks you all for watching. See you later.